The yeas are 42, the nays are 47, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 260.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary. Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived.
Without
And I
objection.
move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 263.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary. Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 96.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17
Mr. President, I
senators
ask
as
consent
follows.
that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session, consider calendar number 108.
Questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, signed by 17 senators as
Mr.
follows.
President, I ask consent to read the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar, or to executive session to consider calendar number 91.
The questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary for Communications and Information.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 114.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent to the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in accordance with Title 10 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, I have a discharge petition at the desk and move that the Senate Committees on Appropriations and Budget be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4.
Motion is pending.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that time until 8 p.m. today be equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, and at 8 p.m. the Senate vote on the motion to discharge H.R. 4.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, Republicans passed the most expensive bill in the history of the Senate. Why? To cut taxes for billionaires and at the same time cutting Medicaid and SNAP for needy families. But now, Republicans are pretending they are concerned about the debt. So concerned that they need to shut down local radio stations. So concerned they're going to cut off Sesame Street. They're so concerned they want to whack away at our global credibility and slash humanitarian aid in the process. The idea that this is about balancing the debt is laughable. You could cut every dollar ever spent on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting since it was created, and it would not cover the cost of the bill that the Republicans just jammed through. You could cut every dollar we have spent on foreign aid since World War II, and that total would still fall short compared to the cost of Republican tax cuts. Or how about this? If Republicans cut the amount in this rescissions bill every single day for a year, it still would not equal their tax cuts to help rich donors. So I hope I made the point. Let's stop pretending this move is about the debt. And let's stop pretending there's no alternative to passing a partisan rescissions package that cuts bipartisan funding, because I have been clear over and over, there is an alternative, which is to do what we always do and discuss rescissions as part of our annual funding bills instead of doing Trump's bidding. Mr. President, let's talk about what's at stake here, starting with the damage that these cuts would do to our communities by cutting rural areas off from local news and emergency alerts, and ending high-quality kids programming. If Republicans pass this package they're offering, they're going to slash funding for over 1,500 local news stations nationwide. These are stations that provide an enormous community service, especially in rural areas and in our tribal communities. They cover stories that matter to families, but that often get overlooked by national news. These stations and this funding reaches 98% of all Americans. And let's not forget, they also deliver local emergency alerts. Some of these local radio stations are a genuine lifeline for communities when disaster strikes. Who among us thinks our communities should have less warning when there's an emergency? Because that is what voting for this package means. It also means cutting off funding for high-quality kids programming. There's a reason shows like Sesame Street are beloved by kids and parents. It's not just entertaining. It gets our kids thinking. It teaches them about math and spelling and caring and kindness. And if Republicans let shows like this get canceled, they're going to open up the floodgates to a wave of what I call brain rot TV that is engineered to keep our kids watching. To my colleagues who think they have short-term temporary fixes to reduce cuts to 1 or 2 public radio stations or television stations in their states, that will not solve the problem. And what do you say to those 120 rural stations that will lose 25% or more of their funding? What do you say to the dozens of rural stations that will shut down because of this bill and cut off local news, educational programming, and life-saving services to the rural communities that we serve? And let's not forget, the other cuts in this bill would seriously undercut our credibility on the world stage. I thought American leadership was worth investing in. And when we voted for those funds, so did Republicans. Did Republicans forget why we thought that was important when we voted for them? Did Republicans forget that outbreaks spread if we do not help stop them? Did they forget that humanitarian assistance doesn't just prevent death, but it prevents chaos and conflict, keeps our American troops out of harm's way? Did they forget that these investments bring business to our American companies and they help feed the world? Or that building alliances and playing a leading role at international organizations allows us to advance our interests and counter our adversaries? And set aside the global strategy for the moment. We should not be voting to let children starve or die from preventable diseases. We should be voting to go, shouldn't be voting to go back on our word to the world. Saving a couple pennies is not worth losing our credibility or causing millions of deaths across the globe. It's not even close. If Republicans really care about the debt, they can start by revisiting the $4 trillion in tax breaks they just showered on billionaires. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot more to say about how damaging these cuts would be for our country, but you don't have to take my word for it, because even several of my Republican colleagues have said it themselves. They don't like this package. They're already trying to dial it back the tiniest bit, but I do know they have concerns. Here's a tip. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. Think about who you take orders from, President Trump, Russ Vought, or your own constituents and your own communities. And let's be honest, for all of his bluster, President Trump will forget about this in a week. He doesn't care about rescissions. He probably doesn't even know what it means. And if you don't like this package, but you think you should do more targeted rescissions, you know what? We can discuss that in a bipartisan way, completely separate from this partisan package. I've been clear, and I will say it again right now. I stand ready to discuss rescissions as part of the bipartisan spending bills, just as we have always done. That is the right way to go about this. How many times, Mr. President, have Republicans called for regular order? Well, at no point in our country's history, no point, have partisan rescissions been regular order. Anytime we've done this in the past, it has been bipartisan. Republicans should join us to make sure this does not become a bad new first, and to ensure that our time on the floor is spent considering important legislation, including our funding bills, rather than one rescissions request after another. We are working right now to advance FY26 bills, right now, at this very moment, and hopefully in a bipartisan way. We passed the first two out of committee last week. I want us to continue that work. But I really worry that passage of these bills is going to complicate the road ahead even more. Because if Republicans decide it's fine to undo the last bipartisan spending deal with Trump's partisan cuts, then getting these bills across the finish line is going to get really hard. And if they keep this kind of thing up, one of these days Republicans are going to find they broke the process. Let me spell out what that looks like, because I think there's a misconception here that wrongly convinces some members it's okay. This is the straw that won't break the camel's back. The reality is bipartisanship doesn't end with any one line being crossed. It erodes, it breaks down bit by bit until the day there's nothing left. Don't get me wrong, the negotiating table is always there. And in my experience, there are usually a few members willing to stick it out and work as hard as they can to get a result. But here's the thing. The Senate doesn't work off of a few members. It works off of consensus, building, and bipartisanship. And the more bridges you burn, the fewer paths you leave to get things done. You can't just keep pushing people away and breaking that basic trust that keeps this place working. Not to mention, if Republicans pass this package of cuts, Russ Vought has made it abundantly clear he will send more. If Republicans pass this package now, we're going to be back here in a month debating whether to rip away funding for, say, after-school programs, instead of spending our time doing the hard work, passing laws, instead of considering the bipartisan spending bills we are working on right now. Is this floor just going to be drowned in package after package of partisan cuts, fighting over how much of the last deal that we are now going to unravel, fighting over whose projects get canceled, whose communities get robbed? Mr. President, I hope not. I am going to end now with something I talked about during our committee hearing that we held on this package. When I first came to this Congress, one of the hot button issues was the line item veto. President Clinton of my party was asking to have it. Chairman Byrd of my party was organizing against it with Republicans. I was asked, should a Democratic Senate help a Democratic president rip up the bills that we all work together to pass? I said no. I said no, that is not how this should work. I came here to help my state and my constituents, not to weaken or surrender those responsibilities to any president. That is as true for me today as it was then. And if my colleagues agree, which I believe many of them do, then the course we have to take here is clear. We need to reject this package outright. That doesn't mean we can't have a bipartisan conversation about the rescissions as we now write our funding bills. That is the way that we need to do that. That is the way it's always been done. But we have to reject this new precedent of partisan standalone rescissions if this place is going to work, if we're going to work together to serve the folks we represent back home. We have to make choices that help us move closer together and bring more people to the table, not choices that push us apart and chip away bit by bit at the trust that makes this place work. Otherwise, one day we will find we have none of that trust left. So I urge my colleagues, protect that trust. Join me in voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Republicans don't actually have to do this. I understand as well as anybody wanting to go along with your party's president, especially in the early months. But being part of an independent and co-equal branch has to mean something. Being part of the Article 1 branch means something very specific, and it means that we're the legislature and we control the purse strings. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that if the president wants something, you must do it. And what worries me the most about this rescissions package, if it passes, it is one thing for the president's signature accomplishment, signature policy priority to be supported by Republicans in the legislature. I understand that. I understand the inevitable political momentum behind that. But this isn't that. And we have now gone 6 months without a single instance of Republicans and Democrats coming together and establishing that there are some limitations on this president's power. And if you remember the first Trump term, there were a couple of moments when the legislature actually stood up to the president, overrode a veto of his, rejected a rescissions package. They stood up for their prerogatives. And you know what happened next? Nothing. Why? Because that's actually how the system is supposed to work. We are not a parliamentary system. We are not a monarchy where the president says by tweet, if you don't adopt this exactly how it's written, you will not receive my political support. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that set us on a course towards passing this legislation, which I know at least a dozen Republicans hate. It reduces funding for Jordan. It reduces funding for Ukraine. It reduces funding for global health. It did reduce funding for PEPFAR. It continues to reduce funding for public television and public radio. By the way, public radio is not just national public radio. If you are on a reservation, if you're in a very rural part of your state, it's often not just the only radio station, the only communications infrastructure that exists in a rural area. So it's the only platform for news, that's true. It's also the only emergency communications infrastructure because still many places across the United States lack internet. And so Mike Rounds got his deal so that his tribes will be taken care of, and I'm glad for him. But there are 49 other states where your emergency communications infrastructure is about to be defunded. Nobody likes that. Some people are pissed off about NPR's coverage or PBS's coverage. Come on. You defund an agency because you disagree with their editorial choices? Which country is this? Which country is this? I want to tell you something a little technical, but I think it gives away the whole game. So I'm the top Democrat on the Foreign Ops Subcommittee. What does that mean? We do funding for USAID and the State Department and a few other things. When we do the appropriations process, we get letters from every other member. They're private letters, and a lot of people sign them, and they say, could you please give more money to whatever it is, maternal and child health, or malaria prevention, or the PEPFAR program, the initiative to prevent HIV/AIDS transmission. So we get a bunch of letters saying, please plus up this, please plus up that, bipartisan letters. And we are trying to write a bill that accommodates all these needs. A lot of people who are about to vote to cut all the stuff are on the side writing me a letter saying, please increase these accounts. And why does this matter? This matters because nobody's voting. I shouldn't say nobody. Many, many people are not voting their conscience tonight. And that's just a fact. There's a characterization in poker when you know you're beat and someone puts money in on the river and you call anyway. It's called a crying call. You give away your money sort of crying. This is a crying call. This is a, I know I'm beat, I vote aye. And here's the thing. We don't actually have to do this. President Trump's attention is famously divided. And if something pops next week, he will be on that thing next week. He did not wake up every morning thinking, I want to defund UNICEF, I want to defund PEPFAR. His attention will be divided, and the moment the legislature stands up for himself, usually what he does is he understands power, and he says, okay, those guys are asserting themselves, they're a co-equal branch of government, and I'm going to have to move on from this. Because, why do I know this? We literally did the same thing. There was a rescissions package, which nobody remembers. Why? Because we quietly, with Dick Shelby and others, appropriators all, said, nah, we hold the purse strings here. We write the laws that determine appropriations. We're not going to do this thing on a bipartisan basis, enact a spending plan, and then come in on a partisan basis and say, you know, that wasn't actually the spending plan, that was just the spending cap. And the administration is going to come in and do whatever it wants on a partisan basis. And so what happened is they rejected the rescissions package on the motion to discharge, which is happening in about an hour and 5 minutes. And then you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing politically, nothing substantively, except that we kept the appropriations process alive. We kept the filibuster alive. We kept bipartisanship alive. And in this instance, it's not just about this institution. It is literally about people being kept alive. For the last 5 months, because of the United States' actions, tens of thousands at least, maybe hundreds of thousands of babies have gotten HIV/AIDS from their moms because we pulled funding. Because Elon Musk had some bug in his ear about USAID, and one weekend he said, we're going to feed this thing to the wood chipper. And because Democrats, too, and pundits decided, you know what? Foreign aid isn't so important to voters. I don't care if it's important to voters, if it ranks on the number 1, number 2, or number 3. We're the United States of America. And one of the reasons that we have such a strong reputation is that we do things that are right because they're right. Not because our voters are going to reward us immediately, not because we get some geopolitical advantage, but because we're the damn good guys. And right now, we are ratifying a bunch of decisions against our will. We don't have to do this. Donald Trump will move on to the next thing tomorrow. And if it's not on this thing, which has low salience for the voters, is 18 months from the next election, if it's not on this, at what point are my Republican colleagues going to stand up for this branch of government? I remain ready to work with anybody on anything. I have talked to Chairman Graham about the possibility of literally enacting these rescissions, or at least a portion of them, in the State and Foreign Ops mark. And yet, they choose this legislative violence. We don't have to do this. We don't have to operate under the assumption that that this man is uniquely so powerful. He's the most powerful president. He owns the legislature in a way that no president has ever owned the legislature. And we all act like we're just sort of observers, like clicking on the TV and seeing how our fantasy football team is doing this Sunday. We have agency tonight. to reestablish that we are the Article I branch of government, and that means something. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, now is the time that we should be investing in the future of our country and helping American families get ahead. But what we've got in front of us this week does the opposite. It's a bad deal that puts America in retreat at home and abroad. It makes our country poorer and less safe. When I reviewed what we're about to vote on, I thought about my granddaughter, Sage. She's 4 years old. And like a lot of kids her age, she watches one of the many educational programs that air on PBS. Her favorite is Daniel Tiger, a show that teaches kids everything from treating others with kindness to brushing their teeth with Daniel's friend, Jody Platypus. These are lessons every child should grow up learning, no matter where they live or how much money their parents make. But what's in front of us today is a proposal to totally decimate the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which supports local PBS and public radio stations. Mr. President, I don't get this. These are the stations that air children's educational programs like Daniel Tiger and Sesame Street, which help kids learn how to count and how to read and how to spell. And in an era where cable is getting more expensive and monthly subscriptions, they just add up. Free educational programming like this is so important. It's how parents in Arizona and all across the country give their children a head start, regardless of their zip code or their income. And if anyone thinks this is just about cartoons, then they haven't spent enough time in rural America. In Arizona, my office is hearing from rural and tribal leaders about how essential public TV and radio is in their communities. These are areas where broadband is still limited and cell phone service can drop out for miles. In those places, public radio is often the only daily and sometimes even weekly news source. And it's certainly the most reliable way to receive emergency alerts. During wildfire season, which is raging right now in Arizona, those alerts can mean the difference between safety and tragedy. Public radio also delivers severe weather warnings, road closures, and critical public health information. These cuts will lead to rural public radio stations laying off staff, reducing programming, or even shutting down entirely. Rural public radio stations are twice as dependent on federal funding as non-rural stations are. There are dozens of stations that rely on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for more than half of their funding. Three of them, Mr. President, three of them are in Arizona, and they are all on tribal land. KNNB in White River, KGHR on the Navajo Nation, and KUYI on the Hopi Nation. Why on earth would Washington take that away? And while this proposal rips investments out of rural America, it also makes us all less safe. It's the right thing to do. It's also strategic. USAID and our international partners are often the first line of defense against pandemics, wars, and starvation. You can't put a price on that goodwill and the stability that these programs create for America. The conflicts and humanitarian disasters and the refugee crises it prevents. Now, I saw that myself when I was a young midshipman at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy during my second year at sea. It was a voyage through the Red Sea, off to the coast of Egypt, and I was carrying a load of grain on a 1,000-foot-long ship. These were taking crops grown by American farmers in the United States of America to feed starving children in North Africa. Cutting this off doesn't just lead to starvation and disease and suffering. It also creates instability, a vacuum that gets filled by terrorist groups and warlords, a gap for China or Russia to take advantage of. One way or another, we're going to end up having to pay for it, and tomorrow's price will be higher. In the meantime, America is weaker, and we're less safe. Mr. President, this is not a serious plan for deficit reduction. What it really says is this: if you live in a rural area, your access to public safety information doesn't matter. If you're a child whose family can't afford streaming services or reliable internet, your education doesn't matter. And if you're someone who wants a safer, more stable world, you're out of luck. I don't accept that. Arizona doesn't accept that. We should be building a country where no matter where you live, what you earn, or how connected your zip code is, you can get the information and support you need to stay healthy and informed. All of us, Republicans and Democrats, should be able to work together on that. I urge my colleagues to think about what's really at stake here, what's at stake for families, and what's at stake for our leadership in the world. And please vote no, because this isn't how we move forward. This is how we fall behind. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, what is the pending business before the Senate?
A motion to discharge H.R. 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the chair has just said is there is a rescission package which has been sent to us by the administration. It is in the committee now. The next vote would discharge the committee and bring that rescission package to the floor. And at that point, if I'm not mistaken, we would then have another vote to proceed to that bill. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is correct.
All right. I don't want to leave my colleagues in suspense. I intend to vote for the motion to discharge after much contemplation, and to vote then to proceed to the bill. And I do so with reservation. First of all, I applaud the administration for asking for rescission of $9 billion in unnecessary spending. And I've made the statement I would vote for a bill that was twice that size and even larger. I think we can find that much waste. But this is an unusual procedure. It hasn't been done by the Senate and the House. It hasn't been successfully done by an administration since the George W. Bush administration in 1992. $9 billion is a tiny fraction of what we spend, no question about it, a fraction of a fraction, actually. But there is a big difference that has troubled me, Mr. President, and it's the reason I come to the floor tonight expressing concern in spite of the fact that I will vote in the affirmative on these two motions tonight. When George W. Bush proposed rescissions back in 1992, he listed specific programs that would receive specific amounts of cuts. And it was a rather thick proposal, but members on both sides of the aisle in both houses had exact information about what programs would be targeted and where the cuts would be made and by what amount. That is not present in the proposal before us tonight, and that troubles me because it concerns me as perhaps approaching a disregard for the constitutional responsibilities of the legislative branch under Article 1. Congress has the power of the purse. The president has the power to enforce. In this situation, there's a specific amount stated that will be rescinded, and then basically we're given a number of areas where the cuts will come from. But this Congress will not be allowed to choose those specific cuts. That will be done by somebody in the Office of Management and Budget in the White House. And in this situation, it will amount to the House and Senate basically saying, we cede that decision voluntarily to the executive branch. And so I have expressed concern about this. And in meetings that I have been in attendance with our team on this Republican side of the aisle, I'm not the only one who has expressed those concerns. There are members of my party who will vote no tonight. I think a relatively small number. And I don't fault them for voting no. There are also members who are very concerned, as I am, about this process and who are requesting of the administration, if we do this again, please give us specific information about where the cuts will come. Let's not make a habit of this. Let's not consider this a precedent. But if you come back to us again, Mr. Director of the OMB, if you come back to us again from the executive branch, give us the specific amounts and the specific programs that will be cut. And that has been my concern. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I choose to be mindful of those concerns, but to answer to a larger imperative at this moment, and that is to realize that we're in a budget crisis and that we have unsustainable national debt, and the amount of this bill is a small step toward addressing that. And so at this moment, I think that imperative outweighs my concerns about the lack of information that this Senate and our brothers and sisters in the House have about where the cuts will be made. I hope in conversations with the executive branch today, I hope in conversations over lunch between the OMB director and members of the Republican Senate caucus, that the point has been made, next time, give us the specific information. And so I come tonight to express to my colleagues the reason that I have been so concerned about this, the reason that that I understand why some of my colleagues will choose to vote no, but realizing that we are about something larger. And in this instant, I think the message that we send to our fellow countrymen, to our colleagues in the House, and yes, to the executive branch, is that the need for the cut in $9 billion overrides the specific objections that I have. And for that reason, I will vote yes. I expect the first motion to pass, and then we'll proceed on. And perhaps for the information of our staff and our pages, we may be here late tomorrow night. But I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. President, to explain my concerns and my reason for overcoming those concerns in this instance. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of President Trump's rescission package. In a time of extraordinary debt, this bill is a first step in a long but necessary fight to put our nation's fiscal house in order. But it's about much more than just that. This package isn't just about how much we spend, but about what we spend it on. It's about whether or not we're still a sovereign nation, a people in command of our own destiny. It's about whether elected representatives can act on behalf of the people they serve, or whether or not they just yield to a vast bureaucratic apparatus of permanent Washington. We cannot accept a system that forces us to fund our own decline. Let me begin with something simple. We are $37 trillion in debt. We're borrowing money from our grandchildren to fund bloated bureaucracies and radical left-wing activists. While the actual American people are working long hours to afford groceries and gas, their government has been writing checks to left-wing propaganda outlets and spending billions overseas on countries that hate us. Enough is enough. This rescissions package is our opportunity to drain the swamp, not just in theory, but in practice. It claws back nearly $10 billion in spending, $9 billion, including billions for radical NGOs, hundreds of millions for foreign interests, and yes, the taxpayer funding that props up corrupt and ideologically captured institutions like NPR and PBS. And let's talk about that for just a minute, because no part of this debate has sparked more hysteria and more outrage from the left than defunding so-called public broadcasting. Why? Because they know exactly what's at stake. NPR and PBS are not neutral media outlets. They are the closest thing we've ever had in this country to Pravda. They are the arms of the left-wing activist class, taxpayer-funded platforms for political propaganda masquerading as journalism. Don't take my word for it. Take it from Yuri Berliner, a veteran NPR editor who recently blew the whistle on what's actually happening behind the scenes there. In a stunning expose, Berliner described how, from COVID to Hunter Biden's laptop to the Russia hoax, NPR simply refused to consider any facts or perspectives that didn't align with the Progressive Party line. Even asking questions about the company's editorial bias was, and I quote, treated as evidence of disloyalty. Berliner took a survey of the ideological makeup of NPR's editorial staff in Washington, D.C. The final tally was 87 Democrats and 0 Republicans. 0 Republicans. Not a one. Then there's the new CEO of NPR, Catherine Mayer. Before she took the job, she spent years denouncing America, praising censorship, and advocating for the most extreme and grotesque forms of far-left politics. She described the First Amendment as the, quote, #1 challenge to combating disinformation, called President Trump a deranged racist sociopath, and celebrated when he was banned from Twitter, saying it was satisfying to deplatform fascists. Now she's running America's national public radio, funded in part by your hard-earned tax dollars. That, Mr. President, is nothing short of obscene. Why are Americans being forced to subsidize institutions that hate them? Why are truck drivers in Missouri paying for Ivy League grads in D.C. to tell them they're bigots? Why are we as conservatives spending billions of dollars to left-wing radicals that want to run us out of the public square? There is no good answer to these questions. The fact is, we shouldn't be. And President Trump's rescission package is a huge first step towards ensuring that we never do it again. But NPR and PBS are just the beginning. This package also takes aim at the insanity of our foreign aid budget. We are sending billions to every interest under the sun, except for that of our own country. Here's a taste of what this package defunds. $18 million for gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry. $2.4 million to make international disaster aid more considerate of sexual orientation and gender identity. $2.2 million to reduce xenophobia towards Venezuelan migrants. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. $4 million for sedentary migrants in Colombia. $6.2 million to address the needs of Venezuelan migrants in Colombia. $33 million for the UN Population Fund, including funding for transgender tampons in Bangladesh, LGBTQ campaigns in Rio, and third gender community centers in Southeast Asia. And that's not even to mention the $800 million that this package cuts from the Migration and Refugee Assistance Account, which funds the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, a program that has been at the center of the gigantic NGO industrial complex that has been driving the mass migration crisis in this country on taxpayer dime. Americans never voted for any of this. They were never even asked. But the entire system is bankrolled by their money. Our own citizens are being pushed out of jobs, swamped by third world immigration, and told they're racist for complaining about it when people like Kathleen Mayer say something and criticize them. We send billions overseas to promote transgenderism and DEI, and spend billions here at home to help import millions of illegal immigrants and pay the salaries of people who hate us. All while our own people are told there's no money for safe streets, decent roads, or a secure border. The people who run these programs see the federal budget not as a means to serve the American people, but as a piggy bank for a global left-wing revolution. The administrative state in Washington, D.C. is the beating heart of this revolution. It redistributes hundreds of billions of dollars a year from middle America to a radical ecosystem of NGOs and activists working to undermine our civilization. For too long, the federal government has been hijacked by people with no loyalty to the country they're supposed to serve. Today, we have a chance to change that. This isn't just about saving money, it's about taking back control. Every single dollar we claw back for the NGOs in the foreign aid swamp is a dollar we take away from the people who are waging war on our country. It's a dollar we can use to secure our border, rebuild our nation, and restore the promise of America for the next generation. The left is alarmed by this bill. They should be. Unlike generations of many who came before us, who would talk a big game and then get to D.C. and do nothing, President Trump is actually serious about ending their taxpayer dollar gravy train. And this rescissions package is a major part of delivering on that promise. This is just a first step, but it is a big one. For a long time, Washington has only ever moved in one direction: more spending, more control, and more power for the bureaucrats. And as permanent Washington grows, the citizen shrinks. This rescissions package reflects President Trump's promise that the American government will once again serve the American people, not the other way around. It is a time to remind the bureaucrats, the NGOs, and the foreign lobbyists and their friends in the media that the American taxpayer does not exist to subsidize their ideological pet projects. We are not a tax farm for global leftism. We are not the world's piggy bank. We are a sovereign nation, and it's time we started acting like one once again. The American people didn't send us here to protect the status quo. They sent us here because they know the status quo is broken. They sent us here to fight and deliver for them, and that's exactly what this bill does. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this package. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democrat leader.
Mr. President, just days after handing billionaires their largest tax break in modern history, and fresh off passing the most devastating cuts to health care and jobs ever, Republicans want to keep this going. They want to gut funding for local news stations and radio. They want to reward communist China, Putin, and eviscerate foreign aid, all to give tax breaks to billionaires. They say these cuts are necessary in the false guise of eliminating waste, but anyone can see that's not true. It's just to pay for tax cuts to billionaires. Americans are done listening to Republican lectures about wasteful spending after they added $4 trillion to the debt to cut taxes for billionaires. For Republicans to turn around and slash local news and public radio in the name of fiscal responsibility is a vindictive swipe at rural America, where these stations are needed so badly. It'll leave rural communities twisting in the wind. The Republican credo seems to be cut and cut and cut now, ask questions later. Cut health care for 16 million Americans. Cut food assistance to hungry kids. Cut good-paying energy jobs. Let the CPP get ahead of us. Never mind the destruction these cuts will have. Never mind the trillions Republicans just added to the debt to finance their billionaire giveaways. Never mind the kids who will go hungry, or the families that will lose insurance, or the people who will get sick and die. It's all worth it, Republicans seem to think, so long as billionaires and special interests pay less in taxes. And now, with this rescission package, Republicans want to keep going. Cut local radio stations, cut local TV stations, cut national security funding, cut funding to some of the most beloved programs in America. These cuts are just a piece of the larger Republican puzzle, where they'll use rescissions, impoundment, and pocket rescissions, and that will pave the way for even deeper and more serious spending cuts on things like health care, food assistance, energy, and so many other areas. And other Democratic safeguards will no longer be around. You eliminate the Democrats from the process, there's no discussion, there's no argument, and there are no safeguards that can help the average American. It's just the billionaires running rampant, and we're getting what they want. You want to understand the Republican playbook? Take a look at how they've attacked foreign aid. At the very beginning of this administration, Donald Trump and Elon Musk illegally shut down billions in foreign aid. When they were criticized for it, they hemmed, they hawed, they lied about their actions. The courts had to step in. Now that these programs have fiscal 2025 dollars, Republicans are trying to do it all over again, this time through a cynical rescissions package. They're passing this law to get the outcome they wanted in the first place, gutting U.S. foreign aid. And let me be clear, this is not just about foreign aid, as important as it is. This is the playbook that Republicans will do across the board. They'll do it with health care. They'll do it with the Department of Education. They'll do it with our schools, our veterans, our housing. They'll do it to research dollars. They're just slashing them. I've heard of more instances of great research projects that could have saved lives that are now on hold and can never be brought back again because of the greed of Republicans and of the billionaires and the obeisance of Republicans to go along. It's amazing, cutting medical research where America has always led the world. But now we're going to give that lead to China with what the Republicans are doing. They're already using impoundment. They're using rescissions. They're using pocket rescissions to poison the bipartisan process to break the law to steal funds that Congress appropriated, and they're doing it on a party line vote. Worse, they're letting Donald Trump decide for himself which programs to defund. And that puts everything at risk. Health care, education, food assistance, public health. Everything becomes at risk, and that's what happens if a package like this is allowed to become law. Now, returning to this week's bill, what do this week's cuts mean for families back home? Well, tens of millions of Americans rely on public broadcasts for weather alerts, local news, keeping track of City Hall, educational programs, and so much more. This affects most badly rural America, including Native communities. And these cuts couldn't come at a worse time. The floods in Texas remind us that speedy alerts and up-to-the-minute forecasts can mean the difference between life and death. And for millions, public radio and local TV are sometimes the only way to stay up to date. So why the hell is this administration so obsessed with gutting those funds that save lives? It's probably because some whim of Donald Trump's. And he often governs by whim. But then it has disastrous consequences because Republicans just bow to those whims, even though they're without factual basis. They don't look at the facts. They don't care about the facts. Donald Trump wants it, let's do it. Donald Trump may not appreciate the vital role of public media, but people back home know how public broadcast is indispensable. And it's not just local TV stations and public radio that's in danger. These ill-conceived Republican cuts can threaten our national security. These cuts indiscriminately slash billions in critical aid that prevents the spread of disease, fosters economic development, and expands America's cultural impact on the world stage. And believe me, when we fight with foreign aid and programs, diseases in other countries in Africa or Asia, it benefits us because those diseases in this world where people fly from one place to the other all the time, it benefits us because it will prevent those diseases from coming here. Removing PEPFAR from the list of cuts was good, but nowhere near enough, and we're not fooled by a small tweak to this package. These cuts will still leave America weaker, our adversaries more emboldened. After all, foreign aid isn't just about goodwill, it's about our security. Cutting foreign aid will have terrible consequences for our security. It increases the exposure of Americans to global health risks, as I mentioned. The cuts harm funding that directly benefits U.S. farmers, U.S. researchers. They'll damage U.S. companies' market access abroad. They'll make communities around the world more susceptible to terrorist recruitment efforts. China, Russia, meanwhile, will look on with glee. I thought Republicans cared about being strong on national security. I thought they understood the role that the U.S.'s soft power has in keeping the world a safer place for our values. This bill gravely undermines Republican commitments to U.S. leadership around the world, something so many people have prized. If Republicans slash more American aid, it will leave a dangerous vacuum that the Chinese Communist Party will continue to eagerly fill. It is a fact it's happening already in Myanmar, in sub-Saharan Africa, in the race for access to precious minerals. These are places where the CCP is taking advantage of America's absence. And it will have terrible consequences in the long term for our safety, for our security. And these rescissions are only the beginning. We know Donald Trump, we know that Russell Vought want to send even more rescission packages down the line as soon as next month. Remember, Donald Trump and Republican leaders reportedly struck up a crooked bargain. If the hard-right members of the House Freedom Caucus agreed to support the big, ugly betrayal, Donald Trump would reward them with even deeper cuts to health care and other things that the hard-right despises. Republicans will pursue these cuts by any means necessary, through rescissions, impoundment, pocket rescissions, even if that means taking a wrecking ball to the bipartisan appropriations process to pave the way for future cuts. It could pave the way for more cuts to Medicaid, to education, to nutrition, to agencies like the VA and more, and all this translates to working people having to pay more out of pocket while billionaires pay less in taxes. When people's health care is taken away, when people's local services are taken away, it adds to a family's expenses. It makes life more expensive for people who live paycheck to paycheck. It makes it harder to see a doctor. It makes it harder to afford medications. It makes it more difficult to choose between providing for health care or providing for groceries. And making things even worse, Donald Trump's tariffs coming in at the worst possible time is making inflation go up, jacking up grocery prices, and eating away at family budgets. The tariffs have gone up more than people expected in June, but because so many of those who buy overseas front-loaded their purchases in the first and second quarters, it's very likely the tariffs will go up much more in the next quarter. Republicans say they fight for the middle class. They say they fight for working people. Then they turn around and take investments away from middle America and rural America and make them pay for more out of pocket. Billionaires, meanwhile, have never had it so good thanks to Donald Trump and his Republican loyalists. I yield the floor.
Recognized.
I know we are approaching the hour that was planned for the vote on this motion to discharge this rescission package. I just want to take a couple minutes. I'm going to be voting to oppose discharging this package from committee. It is not that I don't think that we should be doing more when it comes to oversight of our budget. It's not that I don't think that we should be doing more when it comes to ensuring that we're working to get our levels of spending down. But I also think that we need to be doing more as legislators, more as lawmakers, more as senators when it comes to our own authorities, our constitutional authorities, when it comes to the power of the purse. We do rescissions. We do rescissions in our annual budget bills, in our own appropriations bills, in fact, bills that we are working on right now as appropriators. We've got a series of markups that are going to be coming up this week. We had some last week. We do this. We look to provisions that have been included in the budgets. We look to reprogram. We look to rescind. We do that as legislators. There's a good reason, I think, that we haven't seen a successful rescissions package before the Senate in almost 33 years. It's because we've recognized that, hey, that's our role here. That is our role here when it comes to the power of the purse. And so I have several concerns, specific concerns about this package. First, it's unclear to me how the specific accounts that are targeted for the rescission are going to be impacted. Neither the administration nor others have been able to provide that very clear, very transparent explanation about the programs and the priorities that are going to be cut as a result of the measure. Some changes have been proposed to protect global health programs. That's great. That's important. But I think it's important that we have those details, including the ones that are going to be absolutely zeroed out. And so how do we determine the implications for life-saving care, vital resources for women and children abroad? We've got big, broad categories, but I haven't been given the comfort, if you will, that we're not impacting maternal and child health, that we're not impacting HIV/AIDS, that we're not impacting nutrition programs and programs related to tuberculosis, malaria, polio, neglected tropical disease, pandemic prevention, family planning. I think that we are entitled to have that level of detail when these funds that we have authorized, that we have appropriated to, are now being clawed back. I don't think that that is too much to ask. When it comes to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, my colleagues know I've been a strong supporter. I will continue to be a strong supporter. Where if you don't like what's going on within NPR, you think that there's too much bias there, we can address that. We can address that, but you don't need to gut the entire Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The entity, the program that provides for so much support, particularly for those in rural places. It's not just your news, it's your tsunami alerts, it is your landslide alert, it is your volcano alert, it is the weather to let you know it's safe to go out and get on the fishing grounds, it's your educational programming. I am going to continue to be an advocate for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. So I've got concerns about the contents of the package, yes. I've got concerns about the details that we have not been able to fully receive, but more important than all of that, more important is our role here. I don't want us to go from one reconciliation bill to a rescissions package, to another rescissions package, to a reconciliation package, to a continuing resolution. We're lawmakers. We should be legislating. What we're getting now is a direction from the White House and being told, this is the priority. We want you to execute on it. We'll be back with you with another round. I don't accept that. I'm going to be voting no.
Expired. The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
Lummis, aye.
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Kennedy, Lummis, Scott of Florida. Senators voting the negative: Collins, Hassan, Kane, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Smith, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative and the motion is agreed to. So that was the right way, right? Sounds good. Do I need to do anything? Okay.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar 114, H.R. 4.
The question is on the motion to proceed.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. Whitey. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Got you.
Do you want to relieve?
Mr. Bennett.
Am I allowed to stand up here?
Yes.
Okay. You guys hey, you're the president of the Senate. You do whatever you want. I'm saying that somebody has to be in the chair. Somebody has to be in the chair. Okay, no, it's fine.
Britt.
You guys can come up here and talk to me.
Just come up and say man. Great job. Thanks for making your time.
Okay, guys. You got me. I got you.
I got you, Sam. Thank you. You're no.
JD, you don't need to stay.
Look it up there. Thanks. I saw you do it earlier.
No, I'm good. I got it. I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm good going down.
Gillibrand?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is it? Not the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You were the chair of Armed Services. You would sit in the chair so I can go shake hands. Absolutely. You honor me.
Thank you. I got you. You are. Wow. Murphy.
I know.
Thank you. I do, thank you.
Mama side.
Thank you. Cortez.
Yeah, I guess.
I got you already. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you. Thank you. I do, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, I did.
Aye. See ya.
Thank you. I do, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I did. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got him. I got you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lummis, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, gotcha, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Padilla, no. Oh, God bless America. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Crapo, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, McConnell, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? Senator Welch? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 114, H.R. 4, an act to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President, and so forth.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2853.
Clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Schmidt, proposes amendment number 2853. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRS 322 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 322, expressing support for the designation of the month of June 2025 as National Post-Traumatic Stress Awareness Month, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1815 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report.
H.R. 1815, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to take certain actions in the case of a default on a home loan guaranteed by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Bill is passed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion be reconsidered. The motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 16th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 114, H.R. 4. Finally, that all debate be expired at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my Democratic colleagues.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
The rescissions package before us reduces access to educational programming for children and locally produced public radio and television programming. It diminishes America's global leadership while eliminating life-saving aid from the world's most vulnerable populations. I want to spend a minute on the impact that this will have on public radio and television, including the disproportionate impact it will have on rural communities. 1 in 4 Wisconsinites live in rural communities, and many rely on public broadcasting for local news, emergency alerts, and free educational programming, especially for children. Wisconsin Public Radio is the primary broadcast relay for Wisconsin's emergency alert system, including Amber alerts and life-saving weather alerts like tornado and flash flood warnings. Look no further than the absolutely devastating news out of Texas. Access to high-quality information can truly be the difference between life and death. Access to local news from reporters and sources that community members trust is more important than ever. And stripping away this funding would also endanger local news that is already disappearing in so many Wisconsin communities. In 2024, just last year, almost 20% of our local newspapers shut down in Wisconsin, according to a study by Northwestern University. That same study found that Wisconsin's northernmost county, Bayfield, had no local news sources at all, while 22 counties across Wisconsin had just one local news source. That's where public media plays a critical role in keeping Wisconsinites connected with their communities. Stations like WXPR in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, would be under threat if this package advances. One of the few news sources producing local reporting in Wisconsin's North Woods and Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Or Radio Milwaukee, which because of public funding can broadcast local school board meetings for parents and families to stay in touch with what's happening in their community. Without federal support for public media, this critical information could disappear for Wisconsin families. This is what public broadcasting means for Wisconsinites, but it applies to all the states that we represent. That should be reason enough to oppose this bill on the substance of it. But the other reason is the extraordinary process that's being used to make this change and the impact that would have on the ability of this body to perform its most basic functions. If passed, this bill would represent the first time this rescissions process is used to pass completely partisan rescissions. And in doing so, we would undo bipartisan agreements. And that is why I oppose this bill, and I hope enough of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will choose to do so as well. The Senate passes bipartisan appropriation bills every year, and they're hard, and they take months of negotiating. And it doesn't always work as well as it should, and members on both sides of the aisle often discuss wanting to return to something we call regular order. We decry full-year continuing resolutions, or CRs, and government shutdowns. We say we want to bring appropriation bills to the floor. This isn't a pipe dream, and I reject the idea that the appropriations process can't work anymore. More often than not, we pass appropriation bills within the first few months of the new fiscal year. Not ideal, but workable. We certainly need to work to make it better, and the full-year continuing resolution we find ourselves in right now is a prime example of it failing. But throwing in the towel, as this bill does, would make it so much worse. And I want to highlight one example of when the appropriation process worked, how it should, that is particularly relevant in this exact moment. It was just a few years ago, in fiscal year 2019, that the Labor, Health and Human Services bill, not the easiest bill, passed the Senate and was signed into law prior to the start of the next fiscal year. Now, at that time, Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Shelby, along with other Republicans and working with Democrats, vowed to return to regular order and committed to it. In May of 2018, President Trump submitted a rescissions package just like the one we're contending with today. And enough Republicans joined all the Democrats in opposing it. And it failed. And that was the end of it. Then 3 months later, a combined Defense and Labor, Health and Human Services bill passed. It passed the Senate, it passed the House, and it was signed into law by President Trump on September 28th, just days short of the expiration of the fiscal year 2018 year. And it wasn't the only pair of bills. Several other appropriation bills were enacted prior to October 1st also. My Republican colleagues knew then that passing partisan rescissions packages would make passing bipartisan appropriation bills that much harder, if it would be possible at all. That's what we're debating today. The issue here is really simple. How can any minority party, Democrat or Republican, make concessions as part of these bipartisan appropriation negotiations if the majority just walks back those deals a few months later? The answer is it can't. And that's why we have never passed partisan rescissions packages like this before. Passing this rescissions package will also very likely mean that there will be more to come. In fact, OMB Director Russell Vought has said as much. Right now, the Department of Education is withholding $7 billion in funding that normally goes out at this time of year to the states for the upcoming school year to support after-school programs, STEM education, school counselors, and smaller class sizes, among many other things. Will the administration put that funding in the next rescissions package? So if we pass this bill, we would find ourselves right back here in a couple of months, with the president exerting his influence to pass another partisan rescissions package. Or we can end this here, like we did in 2018, and deal with these issues where they should be dealt with and where they frequently are dealt with as part of the appropriations process. We can and should debate the issues raised in this rescission package as part of the annual appropriations process. We should mark up bills in committee and bring them to the floor. But you cannot vote for this rescissions package and then argue for regular order or decry brinksmanship over government funding and government shutdowns or full-year continuing resolutions. Because walking back on bipartisan agreements like this rescission package does will make future bipartisan agreements that much harder, if not impossible. As the ranking member on the Labor, Health, and Human Services Subcommittee, I commit to working with my Republican colleagues on their specific concerns with funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. But the concerns I've heard raised as part of the debate on this package actually weren't even raised as part of the appropriation process in the last 2 years as I've chaired this subcommittee. My colleagues are saying that this is such a grave problem that we have to take the extraordinary step to rescind funding when these issues weren't even raised when we passed the appropriation bills with this funding in it originally. That's not how this process should work. To my colleagues, if you are for regular order, if you want this body to work better and want more bipartisanship and less partisanship, I sincerely ask you to deeply reflect on what this vote means for that goal that a majority of our constituents want from us. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, today we are debating President Trump's disastrous proposal to cut more than $9 billion in funding that Congress has already approved for local public broadcasting and foreign assistance. Not only is this bill harmful to communities in Michigan as well as all across the country, but it also risks undermining a key part of our democratic process. President Trump and his crony, Budget Director Russ Vought, are trying to undercut the voice of everyday Americans in our government through this process. Americans sent us here to represent them and to act in their best interest. And that's why our Constitution gives Congress, not the President, the sole power to make laws, including the power of the purse. And that's why lawmakers routinely come together to decide on a bipartisan basis how to allocate federal funding in a way that best serves the people who live in our states. I'm proud to take part in that important process as a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I'm proud that my Democratic and Republican colleagues on the committee are working hard to advance common sense bipartisan funding bills that will meet the needs of all of our communities. But Donald Trump wants to throw these bills out the window so he can pick which communities win and which communities lose when it comes to federal resources. Funding laws are still laws, and Congress passed these laws with bipartisan support to direct resources to these programs. No president gets unilateral say on how any law is implemented, and no president gets to overrule Congress's bipartisan laws. But the legislation pending before the Senate today would open up a slippery slope that would undercut Congress's authority, rob our communities of important resources, and ultimately erode the voice of the American people who elect their members of Congress to make these decisions in their best interest. We have to put our foot down because we know it will not stop here. Today, it's funding for local public media, but tomorrow it could be funding for infectious disease research, public education, or weather forecasting, all on the chopping block. They've made it pretty clear that folks just want to cut rather than leading our government in a way that makes our constituents' lives better. We saw it at the beginning of this year when the administration froze funds that Congress passed into law to support local infrastructure upgrades, cancer research, child care programs, opioid addiction centers, and so many more. Just a few weeks ago, the administration froze a ton of funding that Congress passed for summer school and for school programs. And again, with a big bad bill that our Republican colleagues just passed, President Trump signed into law a bill that gutted funding for critical resources like Medicaid and SNAP, ripping health care and food assistance from millions of Americans, all to cover the cost for their massive tax cut for billionaires. And now, today, Republicans are trying to bypass, once again, bipartisan laws that many of them voted for themselves, so that they can rubber stamp another round of President Trump's harmful cuts. Let's take a look at the harm that these cuts will do. Take the proposed elimination of funding for public broadcasting. This would eliminate the single most important source of funding for local radio and TV stations that focus on providing high-quality, community-centered content. With local public media stations from Grand Rapids to Marquette see a huge chunk of their budget eliminated by this bill, they will at a minimum be forced to let people go. In Michigan, these are Michiganders who are just trying to keep their friends and neighbors informed on what's happening in their local community. Families will no longer have 24/7 access to Michigan's Learning Channel, which provides educational math and literacy content for children all across my state. But the biggest harm that these funding cuts will have on our communities is the impact to emergency response and public safety. Many of Michigan's public TV and radio stations are responsible for broadcasting emergency alerts during national disasters like tornadoes, wildfires, or severe flooding. When catastrophic ice storms swept through northern Michigan earlier this year, it was local radio stations that literally saved lives by broadcasting emergency warnings to folks after commercial towers went down. These alerts are critical, particularly in rural communities, where these local public stations are often the only ones available to reach people during an emergency. WNMU out of Marquette is the only source of emergency alert services for over 250,000 residents in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. This singular station covers an area larger than Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Delaware combined. And if Republicans pass this disastrous bill, those communities will be left in the dark when the next emergency strikes. Local public media also plays an important role in supporting national security and law enforcement efforts. In the Thumb region, Delta College Public Media hosts transmitters for the FBI and the Coast Guard to ensure that they can effectively communicate during emergency situations. Eliminating funding for that partnership, as this bill would do, is quite literally putting American lives and the homeland at risk. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for reducing waste and making sure that we're spending taxpayer dollars efficiently. But gutting funding for local stations that communities rely on to keep their families safe is to cut corners that is absolutely detrimental to public safety. So when President Trump and his cronies like Russ Vought say that this bill targets government fraud, waste, and abuse, something that I've spent my entire life fighting against, we know that it's just not true. Don't forget, they just passed a bill that's going to add $3 trillion to the deficit. They don't care about balancing the budget or limiting waste. They want to cut services that American families depend on so they can afford a bigger tax cut for the wealthiest Americans. And in addition to local broadcasting, this bill also will upend bipartisan investments in foreign assistance that Congress made earlier this year to maintain our global leadership and protect U.S. national security interest. While foreign assistance represents less than 1% of the federal government, it provides critical benefits to our nation. These strategic investments help save American lives, reinforce our global leadership, and support economic growth here in our country. Foreign assistance helps promote global stability and prevent conflict that is more costly for us in the long run. But this bill undermines those strategic goals by compromising programs that have long received bipartisan support. Funding for programs like the Feed the Future and efforts to counter Russian and Chinese influence has been cut in this bill. These programs just don't support communities abroad, they actually stimulate local businesses and economies right here at home. Feed the Future, which is a part of the U.S. Agency for International Development, supports local farmers by purchasing their products and distributing them to people in need around the globe. If Republicans pass this bill, those farmers will lose. Feed the Future also partners with universities and colleges across the U.S. to operate innovation labs that draw on their expertise to tackle the world's biggest challenges in food security. Institutions like Michigan State University conduct cutting-edge agricultural research to help farmers grow better products that support Americans. These partnerships also provide training opportunities for the next generation of researchers to help maintain America's competitiveness. If this bill passes, MSU will lose. But Michigan State University is not alone. Institutions across the country in states like Kansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, North Carolina, and many more will also have their vital research projects canceled. Foreign assistance is designed to prevent the need for more costly interventions down the line. This bill will undo the success of past generations of Americans and damage our geopolitical standing, all to save just a fraction of our nation's annual budget while doing serious damage to American leadership across the globe. But the bigger picture here is that Republicans are allowing Donald Trump to bypass Congress and the bipartisan laws that we pass right here. Every year, Congress tirelessly negotiates bipartisan funding bills, and each side makes compromises. But if one party can simply rip up those bipartisan funding agreements by enacting one-sided rescissions, like what my Republican colleagues are going to be doing here, the appropriations project will simply break down. How can we be assured that these bipartisan agreements are being made in good faith if Republicans are just going to turn their backs on them in just a few months later? How can we be sure that the funding laws we pass will help all of our communities succeed if our Republican colleagues will simply let President Trump pick who wins and who loses when it comes to federal support? President Trump's budget director, Russ Vought, has already made it clear that he won't stop with this rescission effort. He just opened the door to undercutting the bipartisan funding laws that Congress passed, and there's no telling where he and President Trump will stop if they succeed here. Congress is meant to be an independent branch of the government from the presidency. with our own unique powers. Making decisions about how the federal government should allocate its resources is one of those powers that belongs solely to Congress under the United States Constitution. What we do today will either reaffirm that Congress makes the laws, or it will show how quickly our Republican colleagues will roll over and rubber stamp whatever Donald Trump wants, no matter what harm it may do to the people that they represent. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this harmful bill.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Yes, unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my interns for their shadow days on the following dates. Malia Perry on July 23rd, 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues from Wisconsin and Michigan have spoken to the destructive nature of this rescission because of the programs that will be canceled midstream. I have seen so often the power of our international aid programs in assisting in nutrition and fighting tuberculosis and malaria and AIDS across the world. But what many may not understand is that small fraction, less a third of 1% that we've spent in those programs, has an incredible yield, not just in doing good works around the world, but have been doing good for America, because the relationships that are forged through those programs, the respect that is forged through those programs, comes back to benefit us in all kinds of cooperation on our huge range of diplomatic goals, be they economic, be they trade, be they issues of national security. That's in fact what's referred to as soft power. And soft power is at risk with this strategy of canceling these programs. And I think about rural Oregon, where so often the warnings on floods or fires is broadcast over the public radio system. And all kinds of different channels have different programs that people become quite attached to. So there are simply good humor programs that are fun to listen to, and others are good music programs. But a lot of it is good news programs, things deeply appreciated throughout the state, but often harder to access in rural Oregon. And so I'm concerned about this concerted attack on rural America. First, my colleagues across the aisle say, we're going to make it very, very hard for people in rural America to get health care if they're on Medicaid. And then, because without Medicaid financing and paying for services, you lose an entire hospital or you lose an entire clinic, the whole rural community is profoundly damaged because everyone's health care is affected. An attack on rural America continues through this bill. But what I really want to talk about now is to give a sense how this bill is an attack on the separations of power that we all here in the Senate have taken a constitutional oath to defend. You know, when I first came to Congress as an intern for Senator Hatfield, we were celebrating our 200th anniversary. So long ago, 49 years ago. And Senator Hatfield had a saying about appropriators, and that was that appropriators, that is, those members of the Senate who served on the spending committee, they were first appropriators, and then they were Republicans or Democrats. That's how strongly they felt about their shared responsibility to manage the power of the purse. The power of the purse, Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution, says, and I will quote it, "No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law." And here is the thing. The Congress is vested with that power, but when you decide how to spend money, you're really talking about your values. So those who serve on the Appropriation Committee were doing their best to enact the values of our country, be they investment in health care, in housing, in education, investments that created good-paying jobs, investments that helped small communities thrive, investments that helped build infrastructure across the country. That was the responsibility that was so cherished. And there was a term for those who chaired the 12 subcommittees on appropriations, and that term, the colloquial term, was they were the Senate's cardinals. It's taken from the Catholic Church, where cardinals help steer the church on the right path. And the cardinals of the Senate had the responsibility of steering our nation through our spending decisions on the right path for the people of America. This is, in fact, a key part of government by and for the people, that shared responsibility to spend that money wisely. But even in the early years that I was here in the Senate, we're starting to see signs of the breakdown of that relationship. The last conversation I had with Senator Hatfield, before he passed away, he said, "What happened to the Appropriations Committee?" Now, Senator Hatfield was a Republican, and he'd been chair of the Appropriations Committee. And he said, "I worked so closely with Dan Inouye of Hawaii, and I worked so closely with Patty Murray of Washington. What has happened to that collaboration?" That was several years ago. But as we have watched over time, some significant things are happening that we should understand as senators. In the not so distant past, you tried to have a fair allocation of revenue laws that raised money, and then as you filled the Treasury, the question became, how will we spend it? So the responsibility shifted from the Finance Committee to the Appropriations Committee. But over time, it's become more and more popular to spend money for programs through tax credits and deductions. So much of the spending that was in the Appropriations Committee has shifted to the Finance Committee. And then became more and more popular to shift discretionary spending, over which the Appropriation Committee has control, into mandatory spending. And if it's mandatory, it's not a decision decided by the appropriators. And then, on top of all that, we started to build up more and more national debt. And so all the money that went to interest on that debt is money unavailable to be spent on basic programs of health care, housing, education, investments that create good-paying jobs across America, infrastructure, security. That money isn't so available because it's tied up paying for interest. So these trends are changing the role of those Senate cardinals, the chairs and the ranking members of the subcommittees who help guide us in the 12 different sections of spending. And I'll say that problem of the debt growing, that's very significant. Back in 1974, Democrats and Republicans came together and said, let's have an architecture to ensure that we are very responsible and don't run up massive debt. We will have a filibuster-free pathway for one purpose, and that's to reduce deficits, only to reduce deficits. And then my colleagues, 22 years later, across the aisle, my Republican colleagues said, well, you know, we want a filibuster-free pathway to do tax cuts, which will increase the deficit. and they brought in a new parliamentarian in order to get a ruling that they could do the exact opposite of what 100 senators had agreed to. So more and more payments diverted into interest. We have that big, beautiful bill, as Trump calls it, or as many of us call it, the big, ugly betrayal bill. You know the one I'm talking about, the ones where families lose and billionaires win, that was passed 2 weeks ago. Well, this rescission bill is a continuation of that vision of families lose, particularly rural families, particularly all Americans who lose out on the advantages of soft power that we exercise around the world, and billionaires win. But it's a direct attack as well on the immediate process of Democrats and Republicans working together on the Appropriations Committee in this really sacred responsibility of exercising the power of the purse. Let's examine that word rescission. It's a fancy term. What does it really mean? A rescission is a repeal of a previous spending law. A law was passed to spend a certain amount of money on a certain program or on a certain agency, and a repeal of it. That's all that fancy term means. And so the spending process is one where those members of the spending committee come together, Democrats and Republicans together, and they work out a bipartisan bill. And that bill, last year for fiscal year 25, 11 out of 12 bills that came out of the spending committee, out of the Appropriations Committee, were unanimous or nearly unanimous. Where do you look for that type of bipartisan cooperation in Congress anymore? Well, last year, Appropriations Committee, 11 out of 12 bills passing unanimously or nearly unanimously out of committee. But what is happening right now is consideration of undoing that bipartisan work with a partisan repeal. Now, just kind of stick with me here about a normal deal. You make an agreement with a friend. I'll do this if you do that. Well, everyone kind of understands that's a partnership. You have an agreement. But what if one person bails on that agreement later? It's a betrayal. But bailing on the agreement is exactly what this bill is. Democrats and Republicans together made those spending decisions. And now they're being undone in a purely partisan fashion. They're breaking the deal. They're going back on the agreement. They're breaking their word. That is pretty shameful. And it's why my colleagues have been saying, don't do it, because it's wrong. And it has a huge impact going forward. Once somebody you've made an agreement with breaks their end of the bargain, are you going to make a second bargain with that same individual, knowing that they bailed on the first deal? The answer is probably not. So how will we come together and continue what we did a year ago, 11 out of 12 bills passing out of the Senate committee in a hugely bipartisan fashion, if one side comes back and breaks the deal? I would invite my Republican colleagues, come to the floor and explain to me how breaking the deal that you were participating in a year ago is an honorable thing to do. And explain to me how we're going to do future deals if you're breaking the existing deal. Now, never in the history of the Senate has there been a partisan repeal. Never. This is the first time. Why? Because we understood together that a deal is a deal. And that doesn't mean the president doesn't have influence. Hey, that was just about last year's bill. The president lays out a budget for the next year, has a huge influence. The president can veto the next set of spending bills, or any one of them. But once it's locked into law, passed by the House, passed by the Senate, signed by a president, to come back and undo that in this partisan fashion, you are breaking the honor code that has made bipartisan collaboration so successful. That's why you shouldn't do it. That's why you should vote no. You know, this question of how this affects our Constitution is significant because, as I cited, the Constitution assigns the responsibility, the power of the purse to Congress in Article 1, Section 9. But there have been occasions before when presidents said, we would like to actually have that power of the purse. And the president who really pursued that aggressively was President Nixon in the 1970s. President Nixon signed a law about how money would be spent, but then decided not to spend it and withheld the money from being spent on housing, on education, on highways, on agriculture, and on pollution prevention programs. Well, of course, this was appealed on a constitutional basis because the Constitution doesn't give the president the power to impound funds. Congress, by law, and by law signed by a president, had said, here is what must be spent on these programs. And the president came along, President Nixon said, I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. Take me to court. So they went to court, and it didn't actually make it to the Supreme Court until after President Nixon was out of office, after having resigned because of the Watergate scandal. But in a way, this was really almost a bigger scandal. This was an attack on the Constitution. And so what did the court say in Train versus New York? And the piece of spending that made it to the Supreme Court was related to spending on water treatment systems, of all things. And the court said, you cannot do this. You cannot impound funds. It is unconstitutional because the Constitution assigns that responsibility to Congress. Now, if the law had been written by Congress to say the president has flexibility between here and here, maybe a modest amount of flexibility may have survived the constitutional test. But the idea the president could just simply ignore the law? No. The court said no. And then there was a second test. This second test had to do, in 1996, with Congress, where Republicans controlled the House and they controlled the Senate. They decided, you know how we'll tackle the deficit now that we have destroyed the 1974 law that said the fast track could only be used for reducing the deficit, and how we switched that and said it could be used for increasing the deficit. Now that we've destroyed that, we have a new plan. And we'll just simply say to the president, you can line item veto. And again, the court weighed in. And the court said, hell no. No, you can't. Because the Constitution does not say you can delegate to the president powers the Constitution assigns to you. It assigns it to us. That is our responsibility. So again, the core concept here is that bipartisan work in forging a spending bill should not be done by one partner bailing on the deal that was agreed to the previous year. Now, there is a formal way to go about doing this in a bipartisan fashion, and that is each spending bill, in addition to saying what we'll spend next year, can contain agreements on undoing the spending from the previous year, because it's the same set of people saying, we assigned funds last year, but now we see they're not needed. Maybe the president pointed out they're not needed. We will undo it, but it will undo it in a bipartisan fashion in the Appropriation Committee, in that same sense of partnership working together. So rescissions, yes, we do them all the time, but they're done on a bipartisan basis in the Spending Committee not in a bipartisan special bill, one-sided, basically bailing on the deal struck last year. Because this strategy is a recipe for disaster, destroying the bond of trust on a deal made with each side having its priorities in a bill, and then one side bailing on it, because of that, it's never happened before, and it should never happen now. Mr. President, let's step back from the immediate loyalty test the President of the United States has put forward. The President has said, it's a loyalty test. I want you to do this because I want you to bend the knee to me. That is not the responsibility of the Senator of the United States of America to bend the knee to the executive branch. The Constitution gives us the responsibility to design how the executive branch functions. It gives us, the Senate, the responsibility to fund the programs and the services. The way you lose government of, by, and for the people is to have an acquiescent legislature that stops doing its job and just said, we'll respond, we'll just do what the president asks, and a deferential court. And right now we have both. But you took an oath to the Constitution, each one of us, so honor that oath. Do not engage for the first time ever in creating this recipe for disaster of our bipartisan responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, the good news is that I am the last speaker of the day.
That is good news.
I wish I could tell you my speech will be short. I don't think it will be long, but I will try to make it interesting. I want to tell you a story, and it's not a story about anything that's happened in this building. It's a story about a very humble Catholic parish in Northside Richmond, Virginia, called St. Elizabeth's of Hungary. It's a very humble parish. It's a small parish. It's slightly over 100 years old. It's the church where my wife and I were married more than 40 years ago, where all three of our children were baptized, where we attended Mass just this last Sunday to hear the gospel reading, the story of the Good Samaritan. The church was founded more than 100 years ago in an unusual way. There were Italian and German immigrants in Richmond who felt looked down upon because of where they had come from and because of the accents that they spoke with, and that their English wasn't so good. And in the aftermath of World War I, people looked at German Americans and Italian Americans with some suspicion. German language was being criminalized in some of our states in the aftermath. And these immigrant refugee Catholics decided that they wanted a place where they could feel welcomed, loved, and safe as they worshiped in accord with the American value of freedom of worship. And so they set up this little parish in the Highland Park neighborhood of Northside, Richmond, Virginia, where they could go and be together and feel safe. They chose an interesting name, St. Elizabeth of Hungary. St. Elizabeth of Hungary lived 1,000 years ago. She was a teenager and she was a queen in a time of great poverty. And against the wishes of her husband and other officials, she would take bread and put the bread inside of her garments and go out and distribute it to the poor. And once she was caught and she was made to open her garment, and when she did open her garment, the bread had turned into roses. And that's the miracle that was attributed to her. She lived only a short time and died, but she was made a saint by the Catholic Church. And these immigrants who started my parish chose that name because they felt like that was what was needed in the world. People who would try to serve others in need. 100 years later, We celebrated the centennial of my church, Mr. President, a couple of years ago, and I was sitting there. I've now been a member of the parish for 40 years, and I was looking around, and I realized times change and they don't. Catholic Relief Services, which is one of the largest agencies in the United States that helps settle refugees who are legal immigrants. Refugees are legal immigrants. About 15 years ago, settled a Congolese family into my church who had been in a refugee camp after fleeing violence in the Congo. Catholic, French and Swahili speaking, one Congolese family came to my church. And then over time, Catholic Relief Services decided, well, this family likes St. Elizabeth's and they feel welcomed here. And other families started to come to my church. And so by now, as we were celebrating our centennial, and I'm looking around the parish where I go, this small, very humble parish, it is sizably a Congolese refugee population. Legal immigrants to the United States who have been settled through the Catholic Relief Services, and they've come to a place where they feel loved and cared for and safe and welcome. The color of their skin, the accent that they use, the fact that they're unfamiliar with American culture might make them feel not so welcome in other venues, but in my church they feel welcome. And it made me realize as we celebrated that centennial that my church looks real different in some ways than when it was founded 100 years ago, but in other ways it's exactly the same. It's a haven for people who are legal immigrants to the United States but need a place where they can gather with others and feel welcome. Why do I tell that story? How is it connected to the rescission bill that we're going to be voting on tomorrow? President Trump has sent a bill to Congress, and one of the pillars of that bill is to rescind the funding for refugee resettlement programs in the United States, run by churches. 7 of the 10 organizations that resettle refugees in the United States are faith-based organizations. The largest 2 are the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, operating through Catholic Relief Services, and the evangelical organization World Vision. But it's not just them. Church World Service, Lutheran Social Services, the Episcopal Church of the United States, World Relief, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, founded more than 100 years ago to try to bring Jews at that point from Europe to the United States and make sure that as legal immigrants, yes, they would be allowed to be here legally, but they needed someone to teach them about American culture and integrate into American life. The practice of American religious organizations assisting in legal immigration goes back more than a century. And President Trump's rescission package that is before us wipes out funding to a dramatic degree for virtually all of them. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society has had to lay off hundreds of staff. World Relief said this: President Trump said he will defend persecuted Christians, but the U.S. refugee resettlement program is one of the primary ways that the U.S. government protects Christians and others fleeing persecution. The Episcopal Church of the United States has had to end its long-standing refugee resettlement program because of President Trump's budget cuts. Lutheran Social Services has had to, they've struggled to make payroll. They've had to lay off so many people. They've reduced the services that they're able to provide, especially to Afghan allies who were in the United States because they worked with the United States military in Afghanistan to protect our troops. Catholic Charities has laid off all kinds of staff. The families at my church, they come up to me after Mass on Sunday and they're so frightened about what might happen because many of them have families still in refugee camps who might want to come here as legal refugees, as legal immigrants. I don't know of a president who has attacked religious organizations, Catholic, evangelical, Jewish, who have been doing this work in many instances for more than a century in such an orchestrated, intentional, and calculated way as President Trump. Matthew, I was a stranger and you welcomed me in. I was sick and you cared for me. I was hungry and you fed me. This is bedrock belief of our nation's religious organizations, that they will follow the law, legal refugee program, but they will help the person who is accessing legal refugee programs to be able to integrate into a society so they can live with some sense of dignity and have some chance of success. Why cut these programs? Why look in the face of these religious organizations who, out of a motivation of conscience, for decades, even a century, have decided that they will try to smooth that path to integrate people into American life who are here lawfully? Why cut their funding? Why force them to be laid off? Why debilitate their ability to provide services? It's an attack on the religious organizations so that they cannot do the work that their faith in their Creator compels them to do. I'm not surprised that President Trump would propose this. The language and the rhetoric and the behavior that he has exhibited toward even legal refugees, legal immigrants to this country lead me to not be surprised that this important funding is on the chopping block in the bill that he sent to the Senate. But I have to admit that I am surprised that it seems to be just moving on a path to being accepted. It was accepted in the House without much drama, including by a whole lot of people who go to churches just like me and hear sermons preached about the Good Samaritan just like I do every Sunday. And we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to grapple with it here. I intend to at least offer an amendment to try to strip this piece of the bill out so that the bill will not be an attack on religious organizations doing what they feel compelled by their faith to do. And it is my prayer that the entire rescission bill fail for the reasons my colleagues have said. A deal is a deal, and we shouldn't backtrack on it. But if we can't defeat the entire rescission bill, it is my hope that we will allow organizations like Catholic Relief Services and the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society and the Episcopal Church and World Vision and World Relief and Lutheran Social Services, it is my hope that we will at least allow them to practice the faith they sincerely believe and do it in a way consistent with what their practices have been for decades and in some cases even more than a century. And so that's what I'm going to be praying for tonight, that there's a bit of an epiphany in this body and we realize that the work that these church-based organizations are doing isn't bad. This work isn't something that should be slashed and cut with these valuable faith workers laid off. My hope is that the Senate will realize this is good work that is really at the core of who we are as Americans. And tiny little parishes like St. Elizabeth of Hungary or synagogues or other churches all over this country who pride themselves on offering a welcoming environment for people who are here lawfully and want to make a way in America will be able to continue to do just that. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.